Let me double check. You know, so many technical difficulties. I gotta check a million things. You know what I mean? When the credit rolls, it's just my name because I do everything. You know, here comes the good part. Here comes the good part where I gotta sit there and put out the A side. I gotta put out the A side. You know what I mean? We on. Let me clear my throat. I'm gonna put out the A side because the B side. We're on the B side now. And I watch her come up with every excuse to make it a C side. Alright. Oh, alright. So let's just boom, we're back. Let's, you know what I mean? Yeah, my stomach's so humble. My stomach's so humble, my stomach be like, yo. Be like, you got 0 of them, I got 8 of them. My stomach ate and got 8. You know what I mean? My stomach be like, yo, I got 8 on it. But it'd be so humble when it do that. And then your stomach be like, yo, it got 0. And then my stomach just said like this. Like, oh. You know what I mean? My stomach just, oh, you poor thing. Oh, you poor thing. I'm gonna go to church and I'm gonna pray for you. You know what I mean? Cause my stomach ate and got 8. And your stomach got 0? Dang. Am I live? Alright, I'm back to being live. You know, you never know these days. You never know these days. Okay. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? How you been, JJ? I miss you, man. You been here for the longest. You know what I mean? You been here for the longest. You were here for the days when I was just IRL streaming, and somehow my IRL stream was able to have like 30 people in the chat back in those days. You know what I mean? I would get raided, and then my stream would be able to handle the raid, and I can continue streaming. You know, like it was like a normal stream back then. Man, in recent years, like my stream just can't, you know what I mean? As soon as I got 4 people in, it's like, oh no, big slim dog. like that's what's up, man. Glad to hear you're doing well. Alright. Oh dang. If I make a cover, for the A side, that means I gotta open up Photoshop. It says it has 45 minutes left to render this video. See, streaming and rendering a video, like that's about as much as my PC can handle. Like last time I cracked open Photoshop while I was still rendering a video live, the video went down. So then it was like the live stream and the Photoshop were still working, but then the video rendering got cut. And I was like, oh man. So I might need to wait 45 plus minutes, because let's be real, that 45 is going to turn into like 3 hours before I can go ahead and make this cover, unfortunately. You know what I mean? I'm so talented. I'm so talented, but my hardware. You know what I'm saying? You wonder why I got the 8-pack. You wonder why I got the 8-pack. I'm so talented, but my hardware. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I'm gonna wait for this video to finish rendering, and then I'll make the cover, and then I'll put out the A side, so that way I'm not crashing something after I've already crashed something. But let's be real, I didn't crash anything. I just got too many haters. Anybody else think that it's JJ? I know you haven't been there, but like anytime I'm getting too, you know what I mean, too lit on the live, you know what I mean, I'm too entertaining, I'm too good, I'm too talented, you know what I mean, I'm too much better than other people, too much better than the people that like to talk about how unsuccessful I am. Yet I'm so much better than them at everything I do. I mean, my stomach got more talent than them. You know, every time I'm doing that, then the stream magically goes down. The internet get cut, the power get cut. But then all my haters want to be like, nah, I swear we're not haters. We just talk about how unsuccessful he is. Alright, so cool. That means I can get right back into the art. I don't got to do it right now. Shout out to JJ. Man, too much to handle. I mean, that's not it. I don't even know. Like, I don't want that to be the rep. You know, it's like I was saying, man. These nerds, they put the power of entertainment so that everybody can become a star. And then we wonder why the world has all the problem that it has today, of like all the problems that stars have ever had. You know, historically, you can read about it, you could look it up, you could watch a documentary about it. You know what I mean? No star has ever gone unscathed type style. You know what I mean? And now you got the power of becoming a star right in your pocket. And then we wonder why the world got the problems that it got. You know what I mean? That's why we got more talent agencies than talent these days. You know what I mean? Got more talent agencies than talent these days. You know, don't be somebody with talent. Don't be somebody with talent. Everybody and their mama turn into a talent agency. Go snitch to the Poe. Poe, I'm a talent agency. You know what I mean? You won't believe what this talent hat did. Poe be like, yeah, you're right, I don't believe you. Yo, don't be Poe. Don't be Poe. In a world where everybody got the power of being you know, being the next greatest thing in their pocket. And Poe sitting there being like, yo, I had a dream. Poe be like, once upon a time I had a dream. And then they see me and they be like, how dare he? How dare he think? Meanwhile, my stomach got more talent. Talent agency go snitch to Poe. Poe be like, you right. I'm gonna listen to you. You ain't never been right in your life, but I'm gonna listen to you this time, I swear. I'm non-biased. I swear I'm non-biased. I'm like, yo. Spawn has been more... The Spawn is more relevant than ever. Everybody got the... Everybody got the power to be the next best thing right in their pocket. Ain't got no talent. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, my stomach just be like, so humble, I'm so humble. Yeah, what we're supposed to believe is all a coincidence that every time I'm getting lit on stream, letting the whole world know that magically the power go out, magically the internet go out. You know what I mean? I see like 4 or 5 people jump into the stream. My stream used to be able to handle, you know, 30 people with ease. I forget the most my stream ever had on, but it was like after a raid. But it was like 30, 40, maybe 50 people. Stream it would handle it with the ease. My stream these days with better internet, better technology, better everything. You know what I mean? Because I always do it bigger and better for everybody. Now all of a sudden, 4 or 5 people in here, my power go out, internet get cut. People need to go to church. You know what I mean? People need to go to like synagogue and mass. Like people need to go, like wherever they go. You know what I mean? Like, no, we swear it's just a coincidence that those things happen every time his stream gets lit. It's just a coincidence we gotta sit there and make him do the A side and the B side and the C side. I'm like, alright. It's just a coincidence. It's all a coincidence. It never happens. Only whenever the stream is lit. Yo, don't let me catch you in the AM. Don't let me catch you in the AM. It go down in the AM. It go down in the AM. Yeah, I don't want me being too much to handle to be the rep. That's not a good rep to have, you know? You know, professionally speaking, I've had plenty of managers and plenty of them. You know what I mean? Not one of them ever had any talent. And they all, you know what I mean? Go ahead and look at that picture of every single last one of them that ever managed me. Not one of them ever looked good. You know what I mean? This is South Florida. Get out my face. I want you to think about what a South Florida manager looked like while I go grab this. Alright, did you think about what does a South Florida manager look like? Now I want you to think about this, like now, keep that image in your mind about what does a South Florida manager look like. Like, go ahead and type it up in Google, South Florida manager, and don't look up the pretty pictures that come off of like one of them stock websites where they hire an actor to look like a man. Like, we talking reality, you know what I'm saying? Now, how quick is that South Florida manager gonna be like, my stomach got 0, his stomach got 8. Meanwhile, my stomach go round, and be like, dang, his stomach got more talent than me. And then you wonder why the only argument that any South Florida manager could ever make about me is be like, he's unmanageable. Like, I don't need that to be my rep. They know what they doing. You know what you saying when you said that, JJ. Don't say that. Too much to handle. You trying to say I'm unmanageable. That's not true. I've had so many managers over the years. They all managed me for years and years. Has nothing to do with not being manageable. Has everything to do with, like, when they heard, you know what I mean? Maybe it was a few years until they heard my stomach go meow, and then all of a sudden they're like, wait. Wait. I swear. Like, we're not doing that. I got the power to be the most talented person on the planet in my pocket, and I'm managing him, and his stomach got round, more talent than me. Hold on, let me figure this one out. Let me figure this one out. Let me think about it. I'm gonna think about this one. Man, it's Sunday morning. You better you better go to church. Okay, but can you specify the details? How was he unmanageable? Like, what was... Like, is there anything that he ever did specifically? How... I find it hard to believe that after working under you for years, that out of nowhere, all of a sudden, for no reason at all, that, you know, and after providing zero evidence, you could even possibly say that he was unmanageable. Why would you keep him on for years and years? And some of my managers, years and years and years. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, for all those years and years, I see you also had other people on the roster that came and went real quick. What happened with them? They were unmanageable. Yeah, that kind of makes sense when they They come and go real quick. They unmanageable, but you know what I mean. Like you South Florida manager, you got your stomach got 0, his stomach got 8, and then it went round and it got more talent than your whole body. Like, and then. So he just magically became unmanageable when it became convenient for you? Yeah. Sorry, that is not his fault. That like an R&B singer. They just out there lounging in the sun and they hear meow in the background. They be like, wait, what? Who said that? Like, got all the stray cats lurking. See, now as a human being, I can't hate on no stray cat lurking, but as a human being, I could sit there and I can't hate another human being for lurking. You know what I mean? I turn into James Franco real quick. I'll be like, linger. You know what I mean? Don't make me turn into James Franco on you so quick. Linger. You know what I mean? Look at me acting better than James Franco. Now go run tell that. You know. I'll answer all your problems for you. I got the solution. Listen, babe. I got you. The world got more talent agencies than talent. Once you wrap your head around that one, we could solve all the job problems. We could solve all the issues about everything everywhere. As soon as you wrap your head around that, the world got more talent agencies than talent. If you understand that one, you could become a part of the solution real quick. Spawn title screen. Don't matter which spawn you do, whether it be Denzel Washington's son who never went to the army, could be another talented man. Look at me giving another talented man his flowers, Jamie Foxx. Wait, he gave Jamie Foxx flowers for being talented. He sounds like a reasonable person to me. You know what I mean? You sure you're not just a hater, Ossifer? Ossifer, you sure you're not just a hater? He sounds pretty reasonable to me. He gave Jamie Foxx flowers for being talented. Look at everybody not going to church because they want to watch me. Would like to talk about how unsuccessful he is. Meanwhile, you can't stop watching me. How about I start talking about how broke you are? Watch me all day, every day. Watch everything I do. You know what I mean? What's that theme song? What's that theme song? That jingle? Like every... Or is that just like a regular song? Every step you take, every move you make, I'll be watching. Oh no, that's a song. Y'all sitting there. I got all my haters like dancing like Carlton. I got all my haters dancing like Carlton. Every step you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you. But I'll be talking about how we like to talk about how unsuccessful you are. Music, it really is just all about the syllables, man. You got to get the syllables right, and then you can make a song. You know what I mean? See, I could talk about how untalented you are and how much you can't make a jingle and how unentertaining you are and how bored I am and how much trash you are. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I could sit there and help you make a jingle. You know what I mean? Look at me helping you make a jingle. It's all about the syllables. You get the syllable count right, and then you're there. Then all of a sudden, you can make a 15-second commercial as opposed to a 90-minute commercial, just boring people to death. And then with that 15 seconds, you could buy more ad time and across more platforms and across more, you know what I mean, channels and across more of an audience. Even you can start targeting audience because now you're detracting from the 90-minute commercial that all that money went to the amount of time and the length of your commercial. Now you could use that money to put into more clicks. You see what I'm saying? Like I could diss you and I could help you all in the same minute. All in the same minute. Look at how talented I am. We like to talk about how unsuccessful he is. Yeah, talk about how unsuccessful I am. I like it. I like it. You know what I mean? Because meanwhile, you're talking about how unsuccessful I am. Never lifted a finger to help. And meanwhile, I'm talking about how boring you are. Talking about how much of a slob you are. And meanwhile, I can help you. Yeah, G Mr. Drew. G Mr. Drew on the Blue Wings thing. 50% off. I can't make it no more cheaper for you. I can't make it no more cheaper for you. I thought hurricane season was over. Don't make me turn into James Franco on you so quick. I can't make it more cheaper for you. Look at him, his stomach on 8. He want to help people. Ossifer, quick. Ossifer be like, you sure you're not just jealous? It sounds like you just jealous. Now I need to talk to the corrupt Ossifer. Corrupt Ossifer. Corrupt Ossifer be like, I'm jealous too. I'm jealous too. I try to tell him, but he's so helpful to everybody. He signed off and he says I love you to everybody, and I believe it. He be helping everybody. He disrespect everybody, but then he help everybody. I jealous too. How he do that? Ain't never had no talent in your whole life. Also, for ain't never had no talent his whole life. You know what I mean? Got the power to become the next star in his pocket right now. Yeah. You know what I mean? Still can't do nothing with his whole life. Yo, don't make me get disrespectful. You don't want me to get disrespectful. You know what I mean? I chose kindness. I chose kindness. What did my kindness get me? to church. Go talk to God. Break bread with Jesus. Yo, you breaking bread with Jesus, Jesus just break off like a finger and throw it on. You know what I mean? Jesus be like, what, you want a wing? You want a drumstick? What you want? Jesus be like, yo, light meat or dark meat? Which one you want? Like, you trying to break bread with Jesus. Jesus be like, yo, we ain't got nothing left but the feet. You know what I mean? You know how the pig's feet and the pig's head be like the last thing that be there. You know what I mean? The chicken feet still be the last thing that's hanging. You know what I mean? In the China market, the chicken feet that's hanging off of the wire, that'd be the last thing because everybody already bought up all the wings and the drumsticks and the chicken breasts and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Jesus done gave away all the light meat and the dark meat. He done did everything. He's like, I ain't got nothing left with the toes. Oh. You know, closing scene of the movie be like, you know what I mean? Spawn be in line to break bread with Jesus. But Spawn see that, you know, all the light meat, the dark meat been taken. You know what I mean? All the deep fried skin, you know what I mean? Like when you deep fry skin, they get like real crispy, like it still be good. You know what I mean? Spawn standing in line. Now he come to the front of the line. He see that there's not much left. Spawn got to be like, you know what I mean? Mask on, burnt peanut. I don't care. Jamie Foxx, Denzel Washington's son. Don't even care what his name is. Like he looked behind him and he still, Spawn see that he still got people behind him, and Spawn be like, all right, let me be the bigger man and let me do the thing and step aside. You know what I mean? Let me let them have that. So that way by the time the whole line go through, everybody gone. It's 8 p.m. You know what I mean? Everybody been there for 12 hours. You know what I mean? 8 p.m. Everybody leave. And now it's just Spawn there. Breaking bread with Jesus. Jesus be like, yo, I ain't got nothing left but the pinky toe, dog. End the movie. You know what I mean? That's how you end like the sequel. That's like the second movie. You know what I mean? You know, that's Empire. That's after. That's after Angela and the Redeemer and them. All right. The world got more talent agencies than talent. And we wonder why the world got all the problems that it got today. I mean, I don't know how much I can hand answers to the world's problems to you on a silver platter. You know what I mean? I use small words so you could understand me. Now you got the power of the whole world in your pocket, and you still can't make a change. But you steady talking about how unsuccessful I am. We just like to talk about how unsuccessful he are. Yeah. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Man, if you don't take yourself to church, you don't take yourself to synagogue, you don't take yourself to the mosque. Man, if you don't take, it's Sunday. If you don't take yourself to temple, you have to explain. Gotta explain to Jesus he didn't make it to church Sunday because he was doing laundry. It was laundry day, Jesus. Look at his skin color, he can't talk like that, you racist. Could you imagine? You got people out here walking around, they're human beings. They're just a regular human being. They were a baby, and now they may or may not be an adult. They may or may not have the intellectual fortitude to be an adult if they are an adult legally within their country. And they're walking around like, they're walking around like, I'm the certifier. I'm the certifier. I'm the one that decides. I'm the certifier. I decide if somebody can say something and they can't say something, and the way that they say it and how they say it. Like, you got people out here. They're the same exact person you are. You know what I mean? Boring me to death. Just no talent at all whatsoever. You know what I mean? Got the power to be the star that they always wish they were, but still could not do nothing with it. You know what I mean? I'm a certified. I gatekeep language. I gatekeep accents. I'm a gatekeeper. I gatekeep everything. I'm a gatekeeper. I'm over there yawning. I gotta make sound effects while I yawn so that way I can hide my stomach going meow and making them jealous. Making all the gatekeepers jealous. Go run tell that. Go run tell that. Gatekeeper go run to the pole. Gatekeeper be like, I swear I'm not jealous, Ossifer. Ossifer be like, yo, I don't know. Okay, I'm writing this down. But did anything actually ever happen? It just sound like you jealous. I need to talk to the corrupt Ossifer. Yo, y'all gotta go check out. Shout out to Busy Bone. Y'all need to go check out Busy Bone's latest song. I don't even know if it's the latest song anymore. It's been a while since I've been there. But he, on his one of his more recent songs, he ends the song. So you gotta listen to the whole thing. He ends the song with like, "Let the media do what they supposed to do." And then he says it twice. Let the media do what they supposed to do. You know what I mean? Because Bone Thugs, they say things twice. And I'm over here all the talent in the world. I'm over here all the talent in the world, and then at the same time I'm like, you know what I mean? I gotta break down crying like I'm Gaspachi, and I gotta be like, yo, I am the media. I am the media. Let the media do what they supposed to do. Meanwhile, I go watch what media do what they supposed to do, and then I look at the media and then I go, you know what I mean? I go. My attention span go down so quick. All these talentless people out there. Ain't got no talent, no skills. Never contributed. Just running their mouth. Alright. Let's move on to a little bit more fun. Something that's a little bit more fun. Dang, I'm the media and I got more talent than the entertainment. Dang. Also for be like, yo, you sure you're just not jealous? Like that sound like big jealous move. I heard his stomach on that stream. His stomach saying, "Meow." And you know what I mean? Also for gotta like wake up in the middle of his report and be like, you was so talentless that you ain't got no skills, and you was sitting there making all this noise, and you ain't said nothing. And you know what I mean? World got so little talent in it these days. Police just gotta write a prescription and be like, yo, I think you need to go talk to Jesus about this one. You know, this is one of them ones that you should've went to go to talk to Jesus about that one. Not that other thing. Like yo, people be talking to the Poe about what they need to be talking to Jesus about, and then they be talking to Jesus about what they need to be talking to Poe about. You know what I'm saying? And we wonder why the world got all the problems that it got. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, get who you talk to downright. Get who you talk to downright. Damn, look at that. Really, as soon as I switch it over. You know what I mean? It really don't matter what got y'all looking at. Watching me draw, staring at my stomach. Like, don't even matter. He forgot he was streaming. Did I? What? Or am I just so talented it don't matter? You know what I mean? I can hit you with the green fire or the red fire. They both gonna hurt. Yeah, my bad. I didn't make it. I didn't make it to yesterday's stream. You know, I was rendering videos, and then one video, well, you know what I mean. The last video I was rendering was taking so forever. It was taking so forever. That I was like, man, if I start the stream, it's gonna take even more it's gonna take 2 forevers for that video to finish. That video didn't finish. It, man. Sometimes the renders, they don't go like how this one's going. Even though this one's taking a little bit of time, it's not taking no time at all comparatively. It was taking so much time yesterday. By the time it finished rendering, I was like, all right, you know what I mean? Let me give the PC a break before I go ahead and do this. It was taking so much time. I put on, I watched a movie I ain't never seen before. It was a movie I completely missed. I didn't even know it existed until like recently. And I guess it came out like some years ago. Like I didn't even know about it. You know what I mean? And then I saw somebody make a video, and I was like, let me check out this video. And then it was about a Jurassic Park movie that I didn't even know came out. And no, it's not the last one. It was the one before that. Dominion. I was like, yo, they got the old people in here. And then I was like, oh, this must be why those years ago, those old people from the old Jurassic Park movie were like kind of circulating in the algo. I was like, I didn't know that they were in I didn't know they were in a movie. I didn't know that they brought them back. You know what I mean? Yeah. I didn't know they brought the old people back to Jurassic Park. Oh, dang. Video finished? That's what's up. Yo, how crazy was that movie? You know, how crazy was that movie? Like, yeah, that. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, at one point I saw Buddy in the movie going like this. commentary on old actors and new actors. You know what I mean? Back in the day, those old actors, we didn't have more talent agencies than we had talent. And how much was this a commentary on like old actors looking at new actors and being like, yo, this world we got more talent agencies than talent? Like the old actors are just sitting there watching the new actors act a scene out. Like how much was it just a commentary on like old actors watching new actors, and new actors be like, and the old actors is like, yo, can I go get some milk and cookies or something, please? Like what are we doing? Like how much was that movie just like the old actor? Yo. But he said, got two big old Allosaurus's just arr, arr, and then he's like, he in the middle of the black market. Like, dude, this isn't the Star-Lord movie. You don't got the pew-pews on you. Like, you're not going pew-pew, pew-pew-pew-pew, pew-pew-pew-pew, pew, pew-pew-pew-pew. Like, this man got the pew-pews just old actors are like, nah, just let them cook, let them cook, let them cook. Nah, I don't see the dinosaur. Oh, you put that in post? Okay. Right. Ah, yeah, that's right. We had the animatronic dinosaurs. I forget. I'm so old, but you know what I mean, from way back in the day. That's right. Okay, okay. Okay, so I gotta stay in character while he does. Okay, okay. Like, how much was that movie just the old actors watching the new actors act? You know what I mean? Like how much was that movie just like everybody started doing it by the end of the movie. Like everybody and their mama was on it. Everybody was. Yo, dinosaurs did not know what to do. Dinosaurs. Yo, I was gonna bite man's head off. And then he said like this. And then he stood there like that for like an hour. And I was like, dinosaur stomach said meow, and still the dinosaur didn't just say, arr! Like, yo. Like, even Margot Robbie hardly was like, arr! In that other movie that everybody liked to talk about how not successful it is. Even Harley Quinn was like, arr! Yo, how much was that movie just old actors watching the new actors act? By the end of the movie, I was like, oh, nah. Like I was just like, yo, they throwing the L up. They just throwing the L up at the dinosaur. Loser, loser, loser. And dinosaur is just like, every single last one. It didn't matter if they were a brontosaurus, if they were an allosaurus, if they were a tyrannosaurus, if they were the raptorsaurus, if they were a stegosaurus, if they were the little saurus, if they were the big saurus, if they were the made up saurus, if they were the one that was like the other one, if they couldn't even see. The eyes didn't work on the dinosaur. The dinosaur had no eyes. It can't see. It's blind. It's a blind dinosaur. It is a blind dinosaur. The blind dinosaur was like, I can see clearly now. I'm not gonna bite. Ain't nothing but obstacles in my way. Like, Dinosaur was blind. No, they work off of mutual respect. Loser, 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 loser. Put up the L. Put up the L. I was like, yo, man's really thought he was Star-Lord in a dinosaur movie. It's based off of mutual respect in the black market. I raised the raptors under, you know what I mean, ever since they were born, since they were eggs. I was putting the L on them. I was putting the L on the raptors ever since they were eggs in a compound, in secrecy, in you know what I mean? It's built off of respect, mutual respect. Now you got two Bitosauruses on you in the black market. They don't know nothing about eggs. They don't know nothing about secrecy. They don't know nothing about compounds. They don't know nothing about mutual respect. They put them in two different cages. There's two of them. They don't know nothing about respect. They would have ate each other. And they... You mean the two Bitosauruses that don't know nothing? They in the middle of the black market. Everybody freaking out, screaming around them. And you just... It's about mutual respect. The Bitosaurus should have been like, yo, you putting the L on me? Ow. Take that L from you. Yeah, put an L on somebody now. Put an L on somebody now. Old actors is just watching the new actors acting. They do. Oh, so you put the dinosaurs in post. Okay. Okay, so it's all just like CG and animators, and you didn't hire one puppet master, puppeteer to like for real. I get it. Oh, we're shooting right now. Director's like, did I say cut? You're like, oh, we're live now. Okay, all right. How much was that movie just old actors staring at new actors act? I was like, why did Buddy still have both of his arms at the end of that movie? Like, let alone why does like so many people survive? Like by the end of the movie, they took off with like 18 people in a helicopter. I was like, can't those helicopters can't hold but 3 people in any movie ever? Now all of a sudden this movie, that same helicopter now can magically hold 15 people in it because they all survived. Yo, G Mr. Joe on YouTube, you gotta stick up with my posts and my stuff, man. I watched somebody put together, you know what I mean, talking about the latest Star Wars one, or Star Wars Jurassic Park one. That's not Dominion. And on that one, I broke down exactly what I was thinking about with that movie. I should probably go back and I wonder if I could just go back and read it. You know what I mean? I got to put together the A side. Let me close this out. You know what I mean? Stare at my stomach saying, wow. Got stray cats outside my door right now. They're like, let me in. Stray cats are like, yo, let me in. Let me out in. You know what happened when you feed a stray cat, right? Or do I need to explain that one to you too? Are you that talentless and uneducated? I gotta explain that one to you too. Alright. There we go. Oh, did I? Well, now I got that done. I'll go ahead and do this. Yo, how much was that movie? Like, mans was at there like, yo, there's so many dinosaurs, I don't have enough hands for them. I don't have enough hands. And everybody else was like, no, I got a hand. I'm gonna do my hand too. I'm gonna do my hand too. Yeah, we gonna handle all the dinosaurs. Yeah, how disrespectful. How you gonna disrespect the dinosaurs like that? Like, people show up for the dinosaurs, and then you took what people show up for and you disrespected them. You need to go to church, yo. You need to go to church. You need to go to synagogue. You need to go to mosque. You know what I mean? You need to go to temple. There we go. You know what I mean? You need to talk to God, have a conversation with Jesus. They, you know what I mean? They turn into your therapist in the room and be like, I think you need to be talking to the police about this one. What else? And they're like, I disrespected the dinosaurs, and be like, wait. Jesus, God gonna be like, Jesus gonna look over at God, cause you know what I mean? Jesus gonna be like, yo, Jesus gonna be like, yo, the dinosaurs? And then God gonna be like, oh no. Alright, so you see what had happened was, you know what I mean? Like, God gonna be over there. Like that's when Jesus be like, oh, okay, good. Alright, you get the chair, you continue the interview, interrogation interview, and then God gonna be like, alright. Alright, so with the dinosaurs, you see what had happened was, the reason why I had to do what I did. Alright, so let me tell you about the dinosaurs. First, you know what? I'm not even gonna tell you. God's so disrespectful. God gonna be like, yo. Alright. Check this out. Like, I'm gonna be like, only I could do that to the dinosaurs. You can't do that to the dinosaurs. And they'll be like, wait, that's not fair. Why you could do it to the dinosaurs, I can't do it to the dinosaurs? God gonna look at you, you're like, you had mans doing what? I'm gonna be like, I need to hear this one. You had him doing what? And he was like this. By the end of the movie, everybody. God was like, so you threw up the L in a dinosaur's face. The ones with the teeth? Yeah. Threw the L in front of the dinosaur's face. The face that got all the teeth in it. And they're like, yeah. God just God just drawing a picture. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like a farm with a scarecrow and a tree in it. You know what I mean? Got some birds in it and stuff like that. He not even paying attention. Like he's just gonna be like, yo, disrespectful. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just creating the cover before I get to editing the next video. You know what I mean? That way we can get the A side out. So everybody and their mama, you know what I mean, when they leave church early because they disrespectful, they can go ahead and watch. A side. You know, cause like a tape, you gotta put tape out and then you gotta flip it over and then you stick the tape back in and then, you know, you got the disrespectful. You put the L up in the dinosaur face and the... But wait, dinosaurs got so long ago. How you did that? They not around no more. Nah, they animators in the CG. You know, like when the animators and the CG, you know what I mean? They kind of kept it like you saw how big the skeletons was, and they were like, yeah, well, they did good job. Okay. You know, teeth is the part of the skeleton that actually lasts the longest. So, like, with all the skeletons that you found, like you found the teeth. Yeah. We actually started with the teeth, because we found the teeth, then we found the skull, and then we found the skull, then we found the vertebrae, and then we found the vertebrae, and then we found the rib cage, and then the arm, and some of the arms is like this big, and then we found big old drumstick legs, and they got a tail like this, right? And like, yeah, good job, you found them. So, but you found the teeth. Yeah, I found teeth. Alright, so you putting the L up to the dinosaur face. You gave the dinosaur the L. But you wearing like a whole metal cage around your arm when you did that? Nah, they just bare arm, just hand out. They not even wearing a glove, not even a latex glove. They just the whole, just the hand by itself. No magical force field in this movie, like you know, like God's still just doodling the picture, like he don't even care, he's not even writing down what you're talking about. He's like, all right, so it was like in the future, right? Like where they got like force fields. Nah, current day, today. Y'all got force fields now, right? Nah. God looking over at Jesus. They still ain't got force fields yet? Jesus just... But like, I tried to tell him. And God just gonna be like... Alright, so what happened? So Bare hand, no force fields, no metal cage around your arm. CG animators, they made dinosaur the size of the skeletons that y'all found. You ain't find but like not even 1% of them, but that's okay. Like, okay, like keep excavating, I suppose. And you definitely got the teeth. Okay. Bare hand, give them the L. They got all that teeth. Yeah, what happened next? Dinosaur said like this. Dinosaur forgot how to dinosaur. You know what I mean? You in the church pew, you're like, right, Jesus? Jesus just hands up like, I tried to tell him. Man, if you don't take yourself to church, like, Jesus like, yo, this one's out of my hands, yo. He'd be like, oh, God said, I see what you did there. Alright. So the dinosaur, but maybe it was like the Triceratops didn't know how to be a dinosaur no more, right? Like a herbivore. Like God trying to get real specific with it. No, it was a raptor and the Allosaurus and the T-Rex and the Megarex and the Megasaurus, like all of the sauruses, like all of them, they all got the teeth. Alright, you put the, okay. How close was the hand to the, it was right there. They might as well have been touching the CG dinosaur. Okay. Got like, did they have more dinosaurs? They just had the, no, they're talking about the ones that I made. Oh, okay. Alright, so the way that the dinosaur function, you know what I mean? Because they just all face and all teeth. Like, you know, they like kind of jut out and bite, jut out and bite. You know what I mean? Like they kind of snappy with it. Like, yeah, we figured out that part. Okay. And the hand, no cage, no force field, no nothing. You just got a hand right in front of them. And the dinosaur didn't. Jesus just watching the whole conversation go down, just like I don't know how they're gonna get themselves out of this one. Like, yo, can I publish this video, please? Oh dang, I need to make, that's right, I gotta make a cover for the Keep It In part 2 in between because y'all cut off my YouTube. So I had to stop the stream and then get the stream back up and running so I can get the YouTube back up. For the B-side, that's right. Okay, A side is out. A side is out. I forgot. I gotta make a. I gotta make a keeping it in. Keeping it in cover for that part that I'm keeping in. There we go. Oh, dang. All right. The keeping it in video is also out. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody cares about those ones though, right? You know what I mean? Look at that. It must be crack o'clock. It must be crack o'clock. All right. Quit. All right, so let's get back to video editing. Let me burp. Sorry about that. Let's get what do I have to video render right now though? I could do that. Alright, so let's do that. Oh. Dang, I need to save. Dang, I got one hand. That's what they didn't say in Jurassic Park. How you can make a Jurassic Park movie and not include one line ever. They go, I got one hand. Can't even button my shirt. I got one. Gotta have an assistant everywhere you go. Hold on, man. Let me get these. Let me get these. Yeah, right here. Shout out to the sound effects. Alright. Now may I? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry this is taking forever. Now may I? Now look at how much I gotta cut out. Am I still live? What's going on? Your microphone is not that hot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I think if you're gonna talk about people, you should be friends with them, or at least know them. Yeah, okay. Alright. Tight. Okay. Alright, this should give me a little bit of time. So God gonna be like, alright, so they got the hand in the face of the carnivore dinosaur. They got all their teeth. You know they got that snapback. You know they got that snapback. What happened next? Dinosaur said like this. I heard you the first time. I know you said dinosaur said like that. But it was more than one dinosaur, right? Yeah, it was all of them. All of them. How many of them? It's a lot. Okay. So, all the dinosaurs? All of them. All the dinosaurs was... This is where God get in his acting back. All the dinosaurs was like this. And then... Yeah! Alright, I'm gonna need you... Three Hail Marys ain't gonna be enough for this one, man. Like you look over at you, be like, yo, how many? You know what I mean? How many are fathers and all them? We gotta give this. Jesus still in just like, yo, I'm good cop and this between y'all, like. Alright, how many movies I'm gonna have to make them make where they have to put a line in there and say, I only got one arm. I only got one arm. I'm like, you know how to write that? And I'm like, yeah, I know how to write, I swear, I know. I can spell. Okay, what I'm gonna need you to do is for the next 1,000 movies, the next 1,000 dinosaur movies, you're gonna have to put a line in there that says, I only got one arm. And they'd be like, why? It was like, God be like, yo, you know why I had to do it, right? You know why I had to do it, right? Yo, anybody else got crackheads stalking them? You know what I mean? Cause this is South Florida. I don't know where you're at. This is South Florida. I don't know where you're at. But this is South Florida. Anybody else got crackheads stalking them? Yeah, don't be in South Florida and have a South Florida crackhead stalking you. You know what I mean? Damn, I forgot I hit the camera a couple of times and knocked it a little bit askew. You know, you ever had somebody who ain't got no talent, like ask you, you know why God got rid of the dinosaurs, don't you? Why you think God got rid of the dinosaurs? Like, you ever had somebody that ain't got no talent ask you that question? Oh, you like dinosaurs? You know why God got rid of them, right? You ever had somebody who ain't got no talent ask you that question? Anybody know why? Anybody know why? Anybody want to take a guess? Anybody want to pontificate upon which? Maybe perhaps answer the question as to why? I mean, it's the $1 million question, ain't it? That's the question for all of the marbles. That's the question for all of the marbles. Yo, how many marbles we got? I don't know, but it's all of them, so it doesn't matter. That's the question for all the marbles, ain't it? All of the marbles. The marbles are gone, people. Like, all of the marbles. Like, anybody ever have somebody with no talent ever ask you that question? You know why God got rid of the dinosaurs, bro? You know why he had to do it. Like I said, man, you know, like God sitting there with somebody right there, they threw the, you know what I mean? And God wrote them the prescription to have to make 1,000 movies where in every dinosaur movie there's going to be a line where somebody says, I ain't got no arms. Like, that's a question that I haven't heard anybody ever answer. You want to know how unimpressed I am in this life. In this life, ain't nobody gotta answer to that question. Because they'll be like, the meteor, right? The meteor came down. But no, but that doesn't, see, how God did it ain't got nothing to do with why he did it. Do you know why? For all of the marbles, do you know why? You mean like why that comes before Z? No. Why? Like how come? You know, I'm so unimpressed with y'all. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. You threw the least amount of talent in my direction. They asked me the silliest question. You know why God had to do it, right? You like dinosaurs, you know why God had to do it, right? Do tell. You think that person had an answer? I bet it's easier for you to answer that question than it is to answer why God had to do it to the dinosaurs. You know, hold my hand, I got you. You know, because right at the end of it all the old dinosaurs were looking at all of the new dinosaurs. And they were seeing how they were dinosauring. And all the old dinosaurs watched the new dinosaurs. Get a hand stuck in the face, and all the new dinosaurs was like this, and all the old dinosaurs was like, wait, this the part they supposed to do that, right? They supposed to do that part. That's why in the movies that they're gonna make 1,000,000 years from now, they're gonna be like, I ain't got no arm, right? Like that's this part. All right, watch any second now. Old dinosaurs is watching the new dinosaurs. New dinosaurs didn't know what to do. They was just like, old dinosaurs had to be like, yo man, I would have took about 15 arms in that amount of time. Not to mention how many people I would have stepped on just on accident at that time. I didn't even mean to did it. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So old dinosaurs went to church, they went to synagogue, they went to temple. You know what I mean? They visited the mosque. You know what I mean? The old dinosaurs, they went to Plymouth Rock where Mufasa and them was at. Like the old dinosaurs went there on Sunday. You know what I mean? And they were like, in case you were ever wondering why, you know what I mean? Because that was the question for all of the marbles. All of the marbles. No one ever has an answer to it. No one ever has an answer to it. You know what I mean? Nobody has an answer. You ever had somebody with no talent at all just be like, yo, but you know why he had to did it though, right? Nobody has an answer. You know what I mean? So many people got so many people so scared and not just be over here laughing. Because it's like, you know what I mean, with everything that we got in the world going on today. And then you got people that got the nerve, they ain't got no talent, you know what I mean? My stomach got more talent than you. All of you, I don't care who you are. My stomach got more talent than you. My stomach said, "Meow." And then, everything we got going on in the world right now. And then people got the nerve to be like, you're into dinosaurs? Everybody come look at this, he like dinosaurs. Everybody look at the guy, he into dinosaurs. Point at him, look at him, don't support him. He like dinosaurs. Meanwhile, you ask that same person, but like, you know why God had to did it though, right? You mean like why before that comes the Z? And like, no, why? Like how come? Like the question as to like why? Yo, your stomach got 0. Like, don't even talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, your stomach got 0. My stomach on 8. And it got more talent than your whole body. Outside of your stomach. You know what I mean? Alright, now go to church. You know what I mean? I'll have the video up for you when you get back. You know what I mean? You might run into Spawn. You might run into Spawn at church. He might even, you know what I mean? Spawn might let you skip him in line to get the good bread. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. Meanwhile, any manager I ever had my entire life. I'm so old, but I got more managers than you. Every manager I ever had in my entire life will sit there and be like, nah! I swear! He worked for years, he ain't do nothing. You ain't get rid of him sooner? Nah! That don't make no sense. How convenient you found out his stomach on 8 while you ain't got no talent at all whatsoever. Never did nothing with your life. How convenient that all of a sudden out of nowhere, he was unmanageable. Out of nowhere he was unmanageable? Yeah! I ain't never met nobody less manageable than him. Like, okay. So like, what about all these people, all those years that he was working there, those people that came and went? Like, clearly you found those people more unmanageable. I'm like, alright, so when I'm gonna need you, I'm gonna prescribe you many Our Fathers and Hail Marys is that? How many? Dang, is that it? Yeah, I felt so bad. I felt so bad when I was watching. I was watching Jurassic Park Dominion. I felt so bad. Check this out. Check me out. Winking on me? You're not coming back. There we go. Yeah, you know what? This video still got a few minutes left. I'll wait. That's what I'm missing. Hmm. Yeah, I think I saw something in Jurassic Park Dominion that nobody else saw. 'Cause I don't hear nobody else talking about it ever. And that movie came out how long ago? Man, you know what I mean? The world got more talent agencies than talent out there. Hmm. Yeah, I saw something. I didn't hear anybody else talking about it. I was like, dang. I was like, yo, it's just me? It's just me? It must be me. It must be me. It's just me? It must be me. Me. It must be me. Yo, I ain't got nothing but crackheads stalking me. It must be me. Yo, I saw something. I hear nobody else talking about it. And I was just like, huh. What? The world really does have more talent agencies than talent. And they want to talk about like the lack of jobs and stuff like that. And it's like, nah. It's a lack of opportunity. And it's like, nah. It's just, you must have so many people. It's just so jealous. You know what I mean? Ossifer just be there like, sound like you just jealous. His stomach on 8 said, "Wow, got more talent than your whole body." Sound like you just jealous. I need to talk to the corrupt Ossifer. Right, meow. Check this out. I saw something. I was watching. I was watching. Dang. Yeah, no love. Let me see. Let me see. There we go. There we go. You know what I'm about to do? Yoink. Check me out. So this finished right here. And then I can go ahead and get rid of that. So I was watching Jurassic Park Dominion, and I saw something I don't hear nobody else talking about it. There's more talent agencies and talent out there. First off, how come I didn't know she existed? She bad. Man, it sounds like you're just jealous out there, man. I can't believe you did that. Yo, don't be hot and talented, you know what I'm saying? And you don't bend or break for nobody? Dang. You all hot and talented, you don't bend or break for nobody. Dang. Dang. Alright, so I saw something. I don't think nobody else saw it, because I don't hear nobody talking about it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna say it, man. That girl bad right there. Let me see if I could at least do it some decency. See if I could at least do it some decency. Dang, man. Yo, can I get a decent? Why? Why? I could only choose those two. How dare you? How dare you? Alright. I'm gonna do it. You know, I didn't mean to use this picture, but it's the only picture that they want to give me that, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna have to like Photoshop to use it. So, let me do this. Yo, check me out. I don't hear nobody else talking about this, and I'll be like, yo, how dare you? Yo, she bad. Yo, she bad. How come I didn't know that girl existed? That movie been out for how long? That movie been out for how long? How many years has that movie been out? And I was like, yo, like, how come I've never seen her before? Like, don't be extra fine. You know what I mean? Don't be extra fine with some khaki pants on, with a jacket. You know what I'm saying? First off, I was like, yo, she. Disney got everybody looking too good. They're like, yo, throw all the perk plus on them. Like Disney got people looking too good, but she bad. Like, how come I didn't know she existed? And then we got the sequel that came out. I haven't watched it. You know what I mean? I almost seen it, but I didn't watch it. And then they got. I was sitting there, I was watching this one. I know Scarlett Johansson was in the latest movie, Jurassic World, whatever it is, and you know what I mean? That movie was received how it was. How long ago was it? I was sitting there, I was on stream, and I was talking about how you know what I mean? How the ball has been dropped on certain franchises, trying to reprise them and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? First of all, that girl bad on the left right there, and she was in movie number, what is it? Movie number 8, and then they dropped movie number 9 or maybe 9, 10. I don't even know. You know what I mean? And I was sitting there and I was looking at her character, and she's like, you know, she all bad, and she was like, I was in the Air Force. I'm in the black market now, but I was in the Air Force. And she all, you know what I mean, like special weapons tactics and all that other stuff. I knew in that one part in the movie when she just kind of turned and walked away, I said, oh, she about to go get the hammer. She about to go get the Terminator gun. And like 2 seconds later, she back with the Terminator gun. And I said, I knew it. Like, that's how bad she is. I could read her acting. You know what I mean? I was just like, she about to go get the Terminator gun. She came back with the Terminator gun that wasn't even there. You know what I mean? Failed to do Chekhov's gun like that. But it's okay because she bad though. And then you got the next movie that come out. And shout out to Scarlett Johansson. She bad. #1 paid actress. You know, what Zoe Saldana like #2, something like that. Like, that girl right there, right there with them. You know what I mean? Yo, the world got more talent agencies and talent out there. Like, shout out to Scarlett Johansson. No shade on her. You know what I mean? Cause I'm a fan. ScarJo, I'm a fan. A big fan. You know what I mean? I'm a big fan. There's no more fandom I can give. You know what I mean? Like, all the fan. Like I'm like, yeah, her. Big fan. No shade to Scarlett Johansson. But I'm looking at Girl Bad and her character, and then I'm looking at other Girl Bad and her character, and I'm just like, yo, they got more talent agencies and talent out there. How dare they say that there's no work and no jobs and all this other stuff? Man, how did they not just make the sequel? And you know what I mean? No salt, no shade, no nothing towards Scarlett Johansson, but I was just like, why wouldn't you bring that girl back? She bad with it. She bad. It was the only reason why I didn't fall asleep watching the movie. It was another part of the reason why I didn't even stream last night, with the video rendering taking forever, and everything else that happened didn't finish until it was way too late. And I was just like, man, if I start streaming this late, I'm beyond city. You know what I mean? And then I'm watching Girl Bad, and I'm like, yo, what's gonna happen to her? And then she went and got the Terminator gun, and I said, good on you. You know what I mean? I'm a fan. I don't even know your name. I'm a fan. You know what I mean? I'd be a bigger fan. Why didn't they give you the sequel? You know what I mean? You deserve that. You know, no shade to Scarlett Johansson, but I'm just saying, why didn't they put you in the next movie? You could have been exactly the same person. You could have been, you know what I mean? You could have been all Liam Neeson about it. Been like, yo, I got special weapons skills and things that make me a nightmare to dinosaurs and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? I've been there. I grabbed the Terminator gun in the first movie I was in. You know, like, you literally, characters are the same. They're not the same, but they're the same. I mean, girl was at the end of the movie like they owe me a plane, they owe me a yacht, they owe me a this. Yo, my ankle hurts. Like, she was doing everything with the reporter, and the reporter was like, yeah, keep talking. The reporter was just like, yeah, I like that. And she was like, yeah, man, and my hair wasn't even curly when the movie started off like this. Like, it got that way because of all the fire from everything that happened. Perm press, and you know what I mean? And they were like, we got that. Why didn't they give her the sequel and give her the role, like, same role? We're like, hey girl, you was bad in the first movie. Yeah. They were like, we gonna send you back to Dinosaur City. And we're like, no. And we're like, yes. No. And they're like, more money, more problems. And she said, that's a good song. Dang. And now she's back in it. You know what I mean? Like, why? Did I not hear anybody ever talking about like where is she? Who is she? Where'd she go? Like, why wasn't she in the sequel? Like, you know what I mean? Like instead of introducing us to a new character who's the same exact character, she bad, but also, like, you know what I mean? You already got one. The world got more talent agencies and talent out there, I swear. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so unimpressed. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. Yo. I didn't even watch the Scarlett Johansson movie, but I watched somebody who watched the Scarlett Johansson movie. I should try to see if I could try to kind of wanna find out if I could find that thing, you know what I mean? G-Mr. Draw on YouTube, you gotta, you know what I mean? Check me out. I'll be leaving comments underneath people's videos, you know what I mean? But they're not like hateful comments. Every now and then they might be funny, they might be, you know what I mean? You know, I'd be like, well, actually, the way that you know what I mean? Like, I might pull one of those, you know what I mean? But most of the time, I'm just educating the uneducated on there, you know what I mean? I'll be on someone's page, I know they don't know nothing about nothing, I'll be like, oh, check this out, this is that, you know what I mean? Like, it'll be like a white girl channel, and I'll educate them on like some old hip hop, or you know what I mean? It'll be like some black girl channel, and then I'll educate them on some like dinosaur stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I pull, you know what I mean? I'll be leaving comments, not hateful ones, but like educational ones. You know what I mean? But check me out. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let me. Cause I left a comment under somebody who watched the movie that I didn't watch, and I was just like, yo, check this out, you know. So I be putting out, like I said, like, you know how many stories I just got in the tuck, like I just throw them out there, like check me out. Let me see if I can find this comment. It would have been from a little bit of a while back ago because it was about the dinosaur movie. Hold on. Man, how far back did it go? I feel like I passed it. Dang. Hold on. Sharpen up. There we go. Alright, so I found the video. Let me see if I can find the comments. Let's see if I can see if I even left my comment there. I don't even know. I might have been one of the ones I kept for myself. I might have not have even commented it. Yo, how do you find comments on YouTube? It's just suggesting more videos. It's not showing the comments. Where are the comments? Hold on. You know, since I'm talking about dinosaurs today. Hey, there goes my comment. I wonder if I should just read the whole comment and see how dumb I sound when I don't. You know what I mean? Because I never go back. I never go back. I ghost my comments like I ghost my exes. You know what I mean? You know, post and ghost. Oh man, look at how I started it. Alright, so I'm talking about Jurassic Park Dominion. I just got done talking about Jurassic Park. Or wait. I'm talking about Jurassic World. Is that the one with Scarlett Johansson and she bad? I'm a big fan. I can't be no bigger of a fan of her. You know what I mean? And now that I know that this other girl exists, I was like, why didn't they just put her in the movie? No shade to Scarlett Johansson, but I'm like, she also bad, and she's almost like the same exact character, and it would have been a thing to do with, like, you know what I mean? Franchise actors, opportunities, and all that other stuff. Like, Scarlett Johansson already #1 paid actress on the planet. Like, there's more baddies out there. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Yo, look at how I start off comments. They had multiple scripts just sitting around, and instead of smartly picking any one script up, some I-word said, let's do all of them. See, we're talking about Jurassic World. We're not talking about Dominion anymore. We're talking about Jurassic World. But since I'm on the topic of Jurassic Park, before I jump into doing some video edits, or maybe finishing this one in anyways. Dictated to some poor writer how to combine these scripts. And wait, dictated to some poor writer how to combine. No, my grammar is so bad. Combine these scripts and make it work. And voila, look at me, multilingual. Mission complete. Voila. Voila. How do you say that? How did they say that? Is that French? Yo, I need a French girl to come talk to me. Mission complete. But like an actual French girl. The only real crossover between the A and B story, talking about... Okay, why am I yelling? So, the A and the B story, the A story being like the Scarlett Johansson story, you know what I mean? She bad, and then, you know, she's on adventures. And then the B story being the family story. I forgot about them. Alright, just to let you know, I just keep so many in the tuck. The only real crossover between the A and the B story here is that push, not the push between the hold on. The push, not the push between the expedition and the family on the boat. Two boat wrecks. Rex spelled R-E-X. You see what I did there? Because I'm clever like that. I be writing stuff. My grammar is atrocious, but you know what I mean? My brilliance is better than yours, and I have more talent than you, and my stomach on 8 while yours is on 0. Nah, I'm not rolling. That's forced writing. Corrupt cop be like, yeah, that's forced writing, but I like it though because I can use it because I'm jealous. And so what I'm talking about when I say here is that push, not push between when I said that thing and you be like, I don't know what it, you know what I mean? Like, there's a scene in that movie. I ain't watched the movie, but I watched somebody who watched the movie. There's a scene in that movie where somehow the A story and the B story are all together on one boat. There's one boat, you know what I mean? There was 2 boats and then there was one. That's why I be like, 2 boat wrecks? Like, what? It's been 5 minutes. Like, there's 2 boat wrecks? Like, Yo, somebody needs to go watch Titanic and realize you only need one boat wreck. Like, so one boat wreck, A story and the B story collide, and then now that you got A story and B story coexisting on one boat, literally, with a CH in it, literally, and there's a scene where, you know what I mean, like a water dinosaur come out and it's like rawr, and you know what I mean, because the seawater dinosaurs sound exactly the same as the land dinosaurs. You could tell because of the way that fish sound underwater sound exactly like how animals sound above water. And even if we want to go mammals with it, how like dolphins and whales sound exactly like you and me. You know what I mean? So water dinosaur comes out of the water, goes rawr, like, and then one person from the A story looks at another person from the B story and goes push. You know what I mean? They said, but they just said it more aggressively. You know what I mean? They said it with, I got the water in the hand. Hold on, let me. They said push. They gave them 2 L's. You see what I mean? In the Jurassic world, you just got to give the dinosaurs 1 L. In the Jurassic world, you got to give human beings 2 L's. You know what I mean? Now, in South Florida, I'm not talking about the U. I'm not talking about the U. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about everybody. Gave them, so the A story and the B story collided on one boat, and the dinosaur came out of the water, said "rawr," and then one person from the A story gave 2 L's to a person in the B story, and the person in the B story fell off the boat. You know what I mean? Before the second boat wreck. So that's what I'm saying. That was the only instance that the 2 stories like collided with one another. You know what I mean? So, moving on. What happens after the boat wreck? Spoiler alert. What boat is he talking about? It's 2 of them. The expedition could have been a trilogy on its own. The expedition meaning the Scarlett Johansson one. She bad with it. You know what I mean? I'm biggest fan, can't get enough of her, so put her in 3 of them. You know what I mean? It could have been a trilogy of its own. One movie being the sea. You know what I mean? Like being a part of the expedition. You know what I mean? Because these are like just regular people. And, you know, regular people just going up against dinosaurs. And God looking down like you know why I had to did it, right? And then, so you know what I mean? You got dinosaurs all up in the ocean now. And you got them all surrounded these islands. And you got these baddies that got to go to the dinosaurs. And it's like, you know what I mean? One movie alone could have been just about like the sea expedition to get to the island. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? The recruiting people, and then, you know what I mean, there was so much excitement in the waters. I mean, there was 2 boat wrecks. That's how much excitement there was. So it was like there was a lot. So one movie could have just been the sea expedition. You know what I mean? Recruiting the people, going out to sea, fighting dinosaurs, just trying to get to the island. You know how deadly you make, how much of a threat you make the dinosaurs look when it's like, man, they had to put a whole movie just to get to the island. You know what I mean? And then you roll the credits and you be like, that's it? And it was like, well, man, Mosasaur. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, spoiler alert, part of the whole thing with the movie was like they needed to collect like these genome samples. Like that's everything with Jurassic Park these days, even though it don't mean nothing. And they had to get one from a sea dinosaur, a land dinosaur, and an air dinosaur. That's why I'm also suggesting, like, it could have been 3 movies. Not that it needs to be, but I'm just like, you know, Scarlett Johansson, I'm like big fan. And you know what I mean, put her in 3 of them. But then also, why didn't that girl did it? Because she bad too. And it's like, okay. So just collecting the sample from a sea dinosaur when the ocean's infested with dinosaurs now, and they didn't have not one diving suit. it's like there's a movie there. You know what I mean? Like just to collect the sample on its own is a movie in itself. You know what I mean? It's just how much movie are you trying to tell is all. So this is what I'm talking about. The expedition could have been a trilogy on its own. 1 sea, 2 land, 3 air, giving each story time to breathe, with elaborate scenarios and more dinosaurs. I don't even remember this at this point. This was a few months ago, but I'm guessing I felt like there could have been more dinosaurs. I ain't even watched the movie. I'm so disrespectful. A story driven by professionals actually having to survive as their resources plummet due to the hazardous environment. This is what I'm talking about. Like you got human beings going up against dinosaurs, and you know what I mean? God like, yo, you know why I had to did it, right? You know. And then the family joint could have been a solo movie or a mini TV series, 6 to 13 episodes with a different set of scenarios, possibly with more dinosaurs, or even the same dinosaurs in different setting from the trilogy. Alright, so I don't even know what I mean by that, but what I was talking about was like, you know what I mean? Second boat wreck, expedition goes this way, and that's what I mean. Like you had the A story and the B story collide onto the, you know what I mean? Collide onto the boat, and then the dinosaur came up out of the water, say rah, and then person from the A story gave 2 L's to the person in the B story, and then the A story went this way and the B story went that way after the boat wreck. It wasn't like the A story and the B story collided and then like half of the A and the B story went this way and half of the A and the B story went that way, to make people want to like have to try to want to come back together, because obviously all the people in the A story were together with it and all the people in the B story were together with it. You didn't even mix up the people to be like, all right, now half of you are useless, half of you are useful, and your resources plummeted because you sank 2 boats in 5 minutes. And then you got half of the B story and half of the A story going this way, and half of them are useful and the other half aren't. And it's like, because you sank 2 boats in like 5 minutes. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, you didn't even mix and match the characters. You know what I mean? Like the A story characters remained the A story characters, and then the B story characters remained the B story characters. And that's what is the telltale sign of 2 separate scripts. And then you got one person just being like, yo, make them both happen. And it's like you put one person who ain't got no talent to write that story, and then you know what I mean? So they don't have the wherewithal to know, be like, hey, you know, if I had to combine 2 scripts, and the way that I would have had to did it was like if I had to mix them up like that. So what if we had half of these people go this way and half of those people go that way, and actually make an interesting story, a movie out of it? And then obviously it's so complex, it would almost kind of make it easier to make it a trilogy. We trying to make so much money. You know what I mean? Scarlett Johansson, #1 paid actress, leading this thing, even though I don't know why they didn't put the other girl in there. She bad. But you see what I'm saying? Like when your A and B stories collide and then they separate in the beginning of the movie and you don't mix them up, then it's like, why are there 2 different stories here then? You know what I mean? It's like A story could have just been A story without the B story existing. B story could have been the B story without the A story existing. But listen to me rap though. So I'm saying, like, the family, the B story could have been a TV series, could have been a shorter thing. You know what I mean? And I keep saying more dinosaurs because I feel like there probably wasn't enough dinosaurs. You know, they're discovering so many dinosaurs ever since the first movie. And you know what I mean? You can have so much more fun with it. And now that we're dealing with a Jurassic World instead of a Jurassic Park, like, it almost makes sense for all these. Especially now that I've seen Dominion, and I'm like, oh man, these you know what I mean? These dinosaurs is Godzilla with it. They're just like popping out babies for no reason. Like baby dinosaurs just they just out here now. You know what I mean? So now you got like a whole population of dinosaurs that's just popping out. little baby dinosaurs out there, and they jumping out the water and they saying rah, and they're all over the island infested. They're all just eating each other. Like, you see what I mean when I'm saying like more dinosaurs? Like, how do these people even beach without having to confront like an entire swarm? You know what I mean? What I mean to say is, like, the way that they do these things is like it's only one dinosaur at a time, and then they give it like 5 seconds. That's what I mean when I say like more dinosaurs. Like, we showed up for the dinosaurs. The audience, we showed up for the dinosaurs. I bought the Dinosaur Transformers movie just because of the dinosaurs. You know what I mean? You think I needed to see Optimus Prime for the 15th time? No. I showed up for the dinosaurs. The audience shows up for the dinosaurs. Give us more dinosaurs. And giving us more people. Or even the same dinosaurs in a different setting from the trilogy. Meaning, I'm talking about like now the stories are separated, right? A story be the A story, B story be the B story. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to introduce more dinosaurs, and you have these two coinciding stories, but one of them's a movie and one of them's a TV series. You know what I mean? We're trying to make money. We're trying to make money. We're trying to make jobs. We're trying to make jobs. We're trying to give. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? So, if naturally, movie production, TV production, movie would have came out first. TV production would have came out second. Even if it was like the last episode of the TV would have aired after the release date of the movie, of these coinciding stories. So I'm saying, if you had introduced more dinosaurs into the movie half, the A story, Scarlett Johansson, she bad, more dinosaurs, and you got this coinciding story that's coming out afterwards. Now we know the setting that the B story, the family, the non-professionals, they lost all their resources. They didn't even have no resources. You know what I mean? And like, now we know that the family's up against something, and there's more dinosaurs over here, so we know that all those dinosaurs are there with them. That's what I mean when I be like, when I say, or even the same dinosaurs in a different setting from the trilogy. The trilogy being the movies. Either way, more dinosaurs is all I'm saying. Would be dope if the separate stories took place in the same island. That's what I just got done telling you, so you know what I mean. You have a movie trilogy and you got a TV series. So first movie comes out, TV series comes out, and then you still got 2 more movies coming out. Like I said, it's going to be the expedition, but on land. So now you got a whole new movie, but you're also dealing with like the same terrain that you would have seen like the family dealing with at that point. And then still you got the air movie on top of that, because they got to collect samples because of the land you see in the air, and you know what I mean, more dinosaurs. Like Resident Evil 2 and 3 stories. They coincide but don't overlap. So look at me throwing in the video game. Look at G Mr. Draw on Twitch. Look at me streaming on a video game platform. I'm talking about video games. I'm talking about movies. Talking about video games. Talking about entertainment. This is what I do. You know what I mean? This is why my stomach got more talent than your whole body. Look at me. Like bringing up something now that people can relate to with what I'm talking about when I say Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3. Like anybody who knows Resident Evil, and Resident Evil not right around the corner, so a lot of people are kind of knowing a little bit about it, kind of, sort of, maybe, you know what I mean? Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 both take place in Raccoon City, and there's like these 2 stories, you know what I mean? They're 2 different games, so you know what I mean? They're 2 different stories. But there's like, you know what I mean, you got the nerds out there that are trying to like point out, be like, you know what I mean, and I research them. I'm not making fun of you, no disrespect, you know. And the nerds is trying to point out, be like, this is when the two happened here, and you know what I mean. They try to like be like, this is where this happened and that happened, and they're kind of like the same time, but then this happened first, and then this happened, and then that happened second. That's kind of like what I'm saying with this A story, B story. You got somebody who had too many scripts, they didn't know what to do with them, and then a writer who had to combine the scripts, and then they didn't know how to do it. And you got more talent agencies and talent out there, and you know what I mean. You should have gave me that job, right? So I'm talking about, like, you know what I mean, how this A and B story scenario with this, with the Scarlett Johansson Jurassic Park movie with the family and all that, is kind of like similar to Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 sort of timelines of like, this is happening. People are talking about Resident Evil 2 and 3 to this day. You could have did that with Jurassic Park and had people talking about it to this day, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years from now. You know what I'm saying? They coincide but don't overlap. Self-explanatory, right? Maybe a satellite telephone. Callback reference. So satellite telephone, if you know what I mean. I'm so old, but I was there for the VHS of the Jurassic Park 1, 2, 3. And in the third movie, if you remember, like Nokia used to be a company that exists. I don't know if they exist anymore. You know the ringtone, do 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 do. Like, we know that commercial, right? You know what I mean. Your parents know it. Your grandparents know it. Trust me. You know what I mean? We all know Jurassic Park 3. And then there was this whole bit in Jurassic Park 3 where there was a satellite telephone involved. Now, that's where, like, you know what I mean, when I talk about how old movies did it, and then they try to reprise these movies, and then they don't do it, and you're like, I don't know why they don't do it. And then God looking down on you, but like, you know why I had to did it right. And then there's a satellite telephone in there. You got these people, they losing all their resources, but thank the heavens they still got a satellite phone. They can sit there and do things. So not only, you know what I mean, look at me relating video game storytelling and callbacks to old movies and franchise stuff. This is what I do. This is what I do. You know what I mean? This is what, yo, Lucasfilm, give me that job. Give me that job. Let me be the assistant. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a satellite telephone. Callback reference. The expedition loses, gets... Wait. My grammar's so bad. The expedition loses, gets picked up. Oh, the satellite telephone, the expedition loses. I'm just throwing it into the story. I'm not even writing this thing because I'd be thinking about stuff and then I'd just be like typing away. And so the expedition in the A story movie would have a satellite telephone because they're the professionals. They're professional. We're going into the island. You know what? Whether it be ScarJo or the girl right there, she bad too. Like, would have brought a satellite phone with them, something like that, because she would have been like, yo, when they burnt my hair and they burnt my plane and they burnt my boat, and they'd be like, you didn't have a boat. They'd be like, no, I had a boat too. And you know what I mean? She was getting everything. She would have got like resources and satellite phones and all that other stuff. Like, she would have got all that stuff from the original movie. You know what I mean? She'd be like, yeah, I got that. You know, it's a line somewhere that's in the movie. So they have a satellite. She would have brought it with her. They lose it because resources are plummeting and dinosaurs are everywhere, and it's a scary movie and people got to lose stuff and lose resources in order to make it really scary for them, so the audience would be eating their popcorn and they got to go run and refill their popcorn so they can keep eating the popcorn while all these dinosaurs are trying to, you know what I mean, like got these people. So you can have the expedition lose the satellite phone, let it be a thing, and then they never recover it. And then in the TV series, because you got overlapping stories, even though they don't, you know what I mean, like really have anything to do with one another, you could have told two different things and like told way better stories instead of like two half-cocked stories. So the satellite phone loses, gets lost from the expedition, is picked up by the family. The family, they run around from dinosaurs. They don't know what they're doing. They're running, they're hiding, they're jumping over. Dinosaurs got teeth, and you know what I mean. Guys sitting there looking down, but like, you know why I had to did it right. And then, like the family, they're stranded on an island. They're the family. They're not the professionals. They got nothing. They got nothing. They're just stuck on an island with dinosaurs at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's hopeless for them. They found hope. They found this satellite phone. They don't know where it came from. We know as the audience where it came from, but the family, the actors, they don't know where it came from. They're like, oh man, it must have came down from up above, the satellite phone. All right, so family finds a satellite phone. You know, Resident Evil 2 and 3 overlap. Picked up by the family and the family. Remnants, likely the little girl only. Meaning, that's part of the commentary of like, and I noticed this when I was watching Dominion. I was like, yo, they got like 15 people in the helicopter. Remember when it used to just be like 2 people in the helicopter that you know, get away at the end of the movie when all is done and said in the resolution of the story is like you got 2 people in the helicopter. How many movies are there where they're like, yo, we could only fit like 3 people in the helicopter? You know what I mean? Yo, Jurassic Park had like 15 people in the helicopter at the end of the movie. Like so this is what I mean. Like part of the complaint that I was watching, this person who watched the movie, I didn't watch the movie, they were complaining. They were like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, nobody gets got in these movies. Children, adults, teenage, like nobody gets got. It's like, yo, the teenagers don't even get got. The teenagers don't even get got. And it's like, but teenagers are there to get got. And it's like, that's the whole point of a scary movie. Have you ever watched a scary movie? I watched all the scary movies. All the teenagers, they get got. Especially the ones, let me stop. So, remnants, like the little girl only, meaning like, you know what I mean, the family story that would have been like a small 6-episode TV series, you know, Netflix, Disney Plus, whatever. You know what I mean? She adopted like a little dinosaur, whatever it is, and then, you know, you got the parents, you got the boyfriend, you got the older sister, you got the this and then that. You know what I mean? Maybe she adopt 2 dinosaurs and one of them get got. Like, what I'm saying is, you have a limited amount of characters, and is a dinosaur movie, and you know what I mean? Dinosaur, they got those teeth. You know, and then they're carnivores as well. So it's like people got to get got. You know what I mean? In order for people to keep eating that popcorn in the theater. No wonder why theaters are failing. You know what I mean? We're trying to make money. We're trying to make money. You know. So, remnants meaning like maybe the dad gets got, protecting the family, and then the mom gets got. You know what I mean? Like a series of responsibility, and then people get got in that order. Not necessarily, but you know, just throwing a you know, something out there for you. You know. Either way, ain't nobody getting got in these movies. They took off in an airplane with 1,000 people in it in Dominion, and I'm like, how is that plane not like going down, or the helicopter not? How does the helicopter get off the ground like that? You know what I mean? Nobody's watching that being like, that's real. Like. So, you know, I'm not saying like the little girl should have got, but if, you know what I mean? If the little girl was the only sole survivor, I mean, if we're talking about a useless family stuck on an island infested with carnivores and just, you know, regular herbivores that weigh 10 tons each. Like, how do all of them make it? They ain't got no skills. And they on a boat. Like you know they ain't got no skills. You know what I mean? I got all the knowledge in the world. Useless. I'm not impressed. I'm so bored. Y'all bore me. So the remnants of the family, whoever's left, even if only one person got by the time that they find the phone, you know what I mean? Everyone's feeling on edge because it's like, yo, there's a dinosaur behind the tree, there's a dinosaur behind the leaf, there's a dinosaur behind. Why are grasshoppers the size of a football? Like you see what I'm saying? And the family, some of the family survives via SOS. So that would be the way that the family would be able to survive in this story. That it's all hopeless. You know what I mean? By the end of the story, after everybody gets got, and you're you know what I mean? The audience is eating all the popcorn, and popcorn business is thriving because the audience is watching dinosaurs eat people, and then the people are eating popcorn, and they're just like, yo, everybody's eating everything. You see what I'm saying? Like we trying to make money, No wonder why the movie theater business is going out of business. It's because, you know what I mean, everybody wants to blame this, that, and the other, but at the end of the day, it's because you got no talent. My stomach said, "Rawr, got more talent than you." The little girl rescue exposing the deep pocket company's dirty little secret, meaning like the whole point of the A story, why they had to do it. You know what I mean? Scarlett Johansson, even though other girl could have did it, she bad too though. Put both of them in it. You know what I mean? Let them girls double dragging it out. You know what I'm saying? And girl be like, yo, I hired her on. I got all the money in the world from the last movie, the way that they perm pressed my hair. I swear they did that. And then she hired Scarlett Johansson. You got both of them. You know what I mean? Give me 2 per. And so the reason why their mission was like a secret in the movie, you know what I mean? The mission to go and collect the big dinosaurs. So the, you know what I mean? The sea dinosaur, the first movie, the land dinosaur, the second movie, where they would have dropped the satellite phone and the family would have found it. And then the third movie that would have came out well after, you know what I mean, the second movie and the TV series, where they do the air part. And you know, girls from the Air Force too, you know what I mean, they know how to fly planes. So it's like, you know, but the family, they get the satellite phone, and they were hopeless. They had no skills, they had no nothing, but they got this satellite phone, and they don't know where it came from. We know as the audience where it came from, so that way it's believable. You know what I mean? Chekhov gun never jumped movies and TV shows and series like that. That's because I'm so good at what I do, and I know how to push things. You see what I'm saying? That's how much better than you I am. I don't care who you are. And so yeah, maybe the way in the third movie when they're doing all the air stuff, it's because a vehicle that gets left behind by the rescue team. You know what I mean? Either way, little girl rescue exposes the deep pocket companies. You know what I mean? The big corporation. There's always a corporation involved. Dirty little secret of, like, there was a mission going on where they're, you know what I mean, collecting all these dinosaur blood samples, whatever. I forget what they were trying to cover up, but you know, they're always trying to cover up something. But that's how it gets exposed. They're like, why the family went missing? And the little girl was found on the Idris Elba Island or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever the I don't know what the islands are called. You know what I mean? Dinosaur Island. Like, how that little girl get there? Her whole family went missing. You know what I mean? Like, where she found that $1 billion company phone? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like how all the loose ends start to get tied up. One story feeds the other one. You know what I mean? They powwowing. So and the expedition remnants meaning, like, you would have had the A story, the movies, you would have had, like, make it a larger team. You know what I mean? Make it a larger team. You could still have, like, a secret mission, secret convoy, and also a large enough team where you could have Scarlett Johansson and other girl, I don't know her, but she bad too though. And then you could have all these other people, you know what I mean, including Blade. And well, that was the only one that I knew that was on you know what I mean, that was on the cast. But you all of them, you know what I mean, with like a team each, you know what I mean. Like Girl So Rich, she got a team. other girl, she got hired on and she got a team. So you got to, you know what I mean? Small team, small team, small team. But you get so many small teams together, you got a whole lot of people. And that's what you need when you got a dinosaur movie, because you need people to, you know what I mean? God, like, you know why I had to did it though, right? Because dinosaurs, they got this, like this function where they snap, and then they got these teeth, you know what I mean? They're carnivores. So when they snap, they're usually like trying to, you know what I mean? Don't hit them with 1L though, apparently. So that way, over the course of 3 movies, supplies are dwindling, resources dwindling, your team is dwindling. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean when I say the expedition remnants. And it's the air movie is different from the land movie. Now you're in the air. All the skills in the world. You swear your phone brought the people in, and the people came in and adopted her. You know what I mean? And she's like, oh, that's what I mean when I say, you know, the expedition remnant. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess at this point I'm just talking about a whole, you know, rogue savage lands situation. You know what I mean? With a couple of baddies. Come on, man. We trying to make money. We trying to make money. So, like Castaway. I'm an idiot. I don't know when they gonna hire me. Yo, let me refill this water. Anyway, you see what I mean. Now, according to YouTube, I wrote that like 4 months ago. I just saw that I wrote another comment in there too. Sometimes I'll leave 2 comments. You know what I mean? I like to rewatch videos sometimes if they're good enough. You know what I mean? I left 2 comments. Look at me showing love. Look at me leaving comments. So you see when people. Wait, let me share what I was saying. Remember in Pitch Black when the flying monsters attacked them at the campfire? That was it. That was all I said in that comment. But do you remember that though? You know what I mean? Chat chiller, chat not chat. Chat chiller. You ever watch that movie with Vin Diesel? Back when Vin Diesel was like, I live my life 9 seconds at a time, for those 9 seconds unless I'm free. When he was doing that whole thing, he did this movie right around that same time called Pitch Black. It was a prequel, but I mean, it wasn't even a prequel. It was the first movie to Chronicles of Riddick. See, when I say Chronicles of Riddick, you probably almost have an idea as to what it is I'm talking about. But there was a movie called Pitch Black, which was the first Chronicles of Riddick. Riddick is one of those movies, they named it different for some reason, who knows. But in Pitch Black, why am I even explaining this, because I don't even know what it's talking about. But there was a campfire scene, they were getting attacked. Who knows, it has something to do with Jurassic Park. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that part of that movie? You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, you can sit there and listen and watch all these people, and all of them are crying about like, oh man, the comment section, you never read the comments are so negative, people are so mean online, they just say things and they're mean with it. And it's like, how do you change that? How do you stop that? You know what I mean? More negative energy, or you take away the right to leave comments, or you I never leave comments because everybody that leaves comments is so negative. Like, or you could just be someone who leaves a thoughtful comment, or a polite comment, or a nice comment, or, you know what I mean, a not negative comment, maybe an educational comment. Maybe you could be like me and you could just write a whole dissertation about how you got the A story, the B story, and then the A story fed into the B story and it worked this way, and then the B story fed right back into the A story that way, because in the entertainment industry, I mean, even though it's Disney and they do movies and they do TV shows and they do all the stuff, when was the last time you ever saw a TV show and a movie just feed directly into one another like that? Like, it hasn't been done. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on. Who's better than me? Who's better than me? Yo, who are better than these girls? You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm just saying, I was looking at that girl and I was like, man, she looked just like that girl. And I was like, wait, she was in the sequel. I was like, dang. Missed an opportunity. Missed an opportunity. Alright, what am I doing? Oh, right. I guess maybe, perhaps. I'll finish this one and then I'll jump into some video editing and then get back to doing this. He's unmanageable. Why'd you leave him on the roster for years? He's not as good as he's I don't know why wouldn't you let him keep his portfolio? If things were all good. Man, it sounds like you're just jealous you didn't come up with those ideas for those movies or be able to just, you know what I mean? Keep so much brilliance in the tuck like that. Dang, and he look, dang. And see, and he's so old, but he... You know what I mean? Go talk to a cop, go talk to a priest. Both of them gonna be looking at you be like, no wonder you mad. Like, you know what I mean? They turn into Chris Tucker real quick. Real quick. Well, you're for sure a hater, but you act like you're not a hater. Real quick. We just like to talk about how unsuccessful he is. He's so unsuccessful it's funny to us. Don't let him be successful. Can't keep making the jokes if he becomes successful. He gotta remain unsuccessful. Man, go to church. Oh damn, look at me tripping. Hey, you hear the Brinks truck backing up all that money for me? You hear the Brinks truck backing up all that money for me out there? Hmm. Alright. So what am I doing? Oh yeah. That was another thing. I couldn't even do no video editing with that video rendering yesterday. Taking forever. Because then I needed to do, I was gonna come on stream and then do some, what's that? I was gonna do some video editing, right? Obviously. And, I was like, oh yeah, what I gotta work on would have been Yawn City. Would have been Yawn City at the time that that video render had rendered, and then I had to get around to doing it. You know what I mean? I would have just did a just sleeping video. I would have did just a just sleeping live stream. Maybe that's what I do from now on. Anytime I don't get an opportunity to stream until it's like Yawn City time, I'll just do a just sleeping one, and then I'll be like this, yawning. You know what I mean? Thinking about like your content. There we go. Wait, why does this say? There we go. I was about to say, I was like, I was in the wrong file. I was like, that don't make no sense. Here, now that we're here, I can go ahead and do this, get rid of this glare. Oh, you're not there? I was always there, you wasn't never there. Mm. Mm. What else did I want to do? No, yeah. Yo, anybody else see that interview with Aries Spears? You know what I mean? Chat chilla. Chat chilla, chilla, chilla. Chat chilla. Anybody else see that Aries Spears interview recently? You know what I mean? He dropped that hot bar where he's talking about 50 Cent turning into a computer tech. Yeah, I'm a computer tech. I'm computer tech. You know what I mean? Aries Spears pulling off one of them. Man, it's so cloudy. It's so cloudy in here. It's so dark. It's so cloudy. Like in that same interview, Aries Spears was like, Aries Spears was like, I don't like it when somebody say you just jealous. When you say you just jealous, I mean you ain't saying nothing. He's like, you know what I mean? He said it however Aries Spears speaks whenever he's not trying to speak like somebody else. Like however Aries Spears was saying it, he said it like mad haterish. I don't like it when somebody say you just jealous. Like leave it to somebody who's never had anybody ever be jealous of them to sit there and say something like that. Like Aries Spears, man. Just because ain't nobody ever been jealous of you, and I'm a fan, you know what I mean? You funny, man. I like you. Just because nobody's ever been jealous of you, like, don't mean that jealousy don't exist. And that, you know what I mean, people are incapable of feeling that feeling towards somebody You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Aries Spears? Aries Spears, I'm talking to you directly, live, 3D, doing it live. Like, you know, pulling off the 50 Cent computer tape. Like, you funny, man. I like you. I've been a fan for years. I used to watch you on Comic View. You know what I'm saying? If you was on the Ricky Smiley one, I was watching you on Comic View with Ricky Smiley and Red Fox was there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a fan of Aries Spears. You know what I'm saying? I'm so old, but I look, you know? And with all your talent, after all this time, I had to sit there and think about it after you said that and be like, he's so talented and he's so great. You know what I mean? Big fan. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm not as big of a fan of you as like I am of Scarlett Johansson. You know what I mean? Like I'm a fan of you, and you know what I mean? Raise my brothers up. Like I'm a fan of you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a way bigger fan of Scarlett Johansson. You know what I'm saying? Like way bigger fan. You know what I mean? Like Scarlett Johansson. Man, did you see her in John, whatever that movie was called? Did you see her? Did you see her in that movie? Yo, I was just talking about Scarlett Johansson. No shade on her earlier live. You know what I mean? Leave it to somebody who never had anybody ever jealous of them to go ahead and say, I don't like it when somebody say, you know, you just jealous. Like, you know what I mean? To me, you ain't saying nothing. Leave it to somebody who's never had anybody be jealous of them to say something like that. Because there is a whole world of people out there. And in that world of people, there are people, you know what I mean, that are exceptional. You know what I mean? Like how you are very exceptional as a comedian and funny in impersonations, and you know what I mean? Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hove, and wow, yippee yo, yippee. Like you and all your voices. That's not your voice. It's your voice, but it's not your voice. Like you and all your talents. You know what I mean? You are exceptional. I'm a fan. I had to sit there and think about it. I'd be like, man, I wonder if anybody's ever been jealous of Aries Spears. Now, allow me to correct myself. My name, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, you work in the comedy sphere, and I can imagine in the comedy sphere, and possibly a little bit in the actor sphere, that people would be jealous of you, Aries. You know what I mean? Like, but not necessarily jealous of you. You know what I mean? Like, leave it to somebody who's never had somebody jealous of them to sit there and say something along the lines of, I don't really like it when somebody say like you just jealous. Like, to me, you ain't saying nothing. Like, you said something like that. But I don't know if you're so exceptional that people would just be jealous of you outside of the, you know what I mean? Like the one and or two things that you are exceptional at. And in this game called life, because there's a whole world out there, there is more than one or two things going on. And it's outside of those one or two things where you in your life would have been able to have found like people jealous of you. And I had to sit there and think and be like, I wonder You know what I mean? Anybody ever been jealous of Aries Spears? And I don't think outside of like maybe the comedy circuit. Oh man, I wish I would have thought of that joke. Like outside of like the acting circuit. Like damn, I wish I could act like 50 Cent and Jay-Z and Nas and Snoop Dogg and who else he be rapping like, man? I don't think anybody's ever been jealous of you, Aries Spears. You know what I mean? Outside of your immediate circuit. Leave it to somebody who's never had people jealous of him to go ahead and say something like, I don't like it when somebody says he's just jealous. No, look at me. Like, I'm so old, but I look, and I'm more talented than anybody you know. You know what I mean? Don't put me in a position where I have to do what you do better than you. You know what I mean? Like, don't put me in that position. I'll show you what jealousy look like. Jealousy breed envy. Like. So whether you like it when somebody says it or not is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Just keep making your voices and making your jokes. You know what I mean? You can't even make any more sounds than Buddy that makes all the sound effects, because then he can also do voice acting on top of it. What's his name? He be doing all the snaps, the whistles, and the pops with his voice and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like that guy. Like, you know what I mean? Keep doing what you do. You know what I mean? Maybe you'll be as good, if not better, than that person that came before you. What were they on? They were on like Police Academy or something like that. Aries Spears, let me stop throwing some shade at you. Let me throw some flowers at you. I told you I'm a fan, right? I could diss you, and in the same minute I could help you. Aries Spears, you want people to get jealous of you? You want to know what jealousy look like? You want to find it? You want to know what it tastes like? Aries Spears. You know what I mean? So that way I don't ever have to hear you say anything crazy. Did I fast forward that? I did. Aries Spears, man, you got so much talent, so many voices you could do. You got like all the rappers spitting all the hot fire. You know what I mean? Why haven't you put out a hip hop album? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like Mariah Carey. You know, Mariah Carey got the Christmas. Mariah Carey got the Christmas album. Aries Spears, I know you know what I'm talking about. Like Aries Spears, why haven't you like put out a hip hop album? Why haven't you put out a hip hop Christmas album? If anybody was gonna be like talented enough to, you know what I mean, do something like that, it's you. You know what I mean? Like the Ninja Turtles, they had that joke like, yo, when we gonna put out the hip hop Christmas album? And there's like 4 of them, and you got like at least 4 rapper voices at your disposal. Like, why haven't you put out a Christmas album? You know what I mean? Like hear me out. Like, Christmas come around every year. It don't stop. Now, for me personally, it's Christmas all year round. You know what I mean? I'll listen to Mariah Carey in July. You hear me? That means every year, people are going to be playing your rap tunes. Like I was like, why wouldn't he put out an album like that? And it's like, that's a lot. It's a lot. And it may not be worth it. You know what I mean? Besides like spitting like for a quick 2-minute clip. But you could even do like a 30-minute EP. You could do like a 30-minute EP. What is it, like 10 Christmas songs ever that anybody cares about? That you could sit there and you can spit, like, pick all the rappers that you got. Sit there and do like a hip hop Christmas album that nobody ever made. And every year you getting paid. I mean, you want people to get jealous of you. You know what I mean? You gotta step outside your comfort zone, dog. Yeah, I don't really like it when people say you're jealous. You ain't really saying nothing to me. It's just excuses. Nah, dog. Jealousy breed envy. Jealousy is a real thing. Like, that's why it's a word. You know what I mean? It exists, whether you like it or not. You know, maybe you just haven't like came across it in your own personal life all too often. You know what I mean? Besides like the bummy comedians that never made it, being like, oh dang, that should have been me. You know, talking about you. Because, you know what I mean? Big fan, you're so successful, you're so good at what you do. Like, trust me, like, jealousy exists. Jealousy exists anywhere you see anybody trying to bend or break another person. I want to see what they do when they lose everything. I want to see what they become when they lose everything. What kind of person are you when you lose everything? Like, jealousy exists whenever you try to see anybody bend or break somebody. He's unmanageable. He can't be managed.